I wonder if Evelyn is Evelyn in the room?
Talay, please.
Oh, maybe Evelyn.
Augustine is there.
Yes, Talay, who are those two?
Yeah.
Who are the individuals?
Tupo is there as well.
Talay, who are those that you would like to converse with?
Augustine, I don't have the names, but there's a few students from the College of Micronesia that's assisting with the note-taking.
We have only like 415 and a half students from CO1.
Sorry, I can't hear
Okay,
you.
here they are. Oh, come on.
Tupo was raising her hand. I think she was also organizing and discussing the areas of outcome with the from the college.
Okay, that's good.
Can you see
Maybe
the
we can just have a
beautiful
quick chat.
faces now?
Oh, Yandra.
And Talay, we have two students here, and we just met for the first time this morning.
Show your beautiful
This
face.
is Patrick Pedrus.
Oh, these are the brave two.
Yeah, these are the
Thank you, guys.
two that we will be working with. Yeah.
Okay. Everybody else is still here. I'm just wondering how we can have just a chat amongst ourselves. Just ask the working group from Suva
sure.
and Tupo and the note takers.
Okay,
We can do that. Dali.
yeah, we actually have
Tupo,
10 students here.
Yeah, I'm just.
Let me try to get another Zoom link, that I can
Okay.
share for you.
Yeah,
right
can
now.
you share Zoom link? I can sit with both of them privately in one of the rooms.
Can you just send me the temporary link, and then we'll set up somewhere in this building.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Working on that right now.
Yeah, I've
Thank
got
you.
internet.
Are you sending the link?
Oh, Brian is sending.
Brian. Okay, so we leave this
Okay.
one and join that meeting, eh?
I think we just leave this one and go
Yeah.
for technical catch up.
Okay, sure.
So
That's
Brian,
fine.
send it to my email, please.
I'll say it on email in a short while. I'm going to say it on email in a short while.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Brian.
Brian.
Right.
Hey, colleagues from FSF, we'll be back.
Okay, thank you. We'll be waiting for that email. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
Thanks. Yeah.
It'll be private. Yeah, just, obviously, you just go to a room.
We have a room
Yeah,
across.
we go.
You can do the lunch.
I've got internet connection.
Yeah, but they're sending the link to me.
Oh, yeah, okay. I thought you
So you want to use?
Yeah, no, we go together. Yeah, because I was first told the regional, and then now it's the national, which is good because they have the online regional one, and I'm together with them. Yeah, it's better that way. No worries, no worries. Come, we go, Patrick. Yeah.
Yeah, the sedan. The new lunch. Okay, please.
But they're the lunch they serve. Okay, sorry, I have to one for the lunch. Ako sabi ba sa verified siya na hotel. Yan na ni Ryan. Mama? Ibang forward way siya, email na. Ako na. Quarantine town. Hey, Elias? Hey,
Ready for your presentation or your
Elias?
presentation?
No. Tapos sa health?
Wait, I just hold on to a few years and they let me
Hello. Tanan niya.
For years.
So we haven't done the setup yet for the, like the room setup for where the panel.
Where's your agenda?
So there will, the panel discussion is gonna have the moderator.
You're going by theme?
Yeah.
Moderator, a panelist, and two presenters. The presenters, are they showing something or just talking?
Talking. Well, yeah, no, the presenters are showing something. They have.
On the screen?
Yeah.
Do you have another screen?
No.
Oh, so they're gonna have to use this computer then so they can screen share?
Yeah. Kung tao nung titil, presentation ko all food and health, food and livelihood, food and security. Say? Augustine.
She was sharing her own screen.
So, we naman mime.
Wait, we na mima? Ano mo? So, dyan mamime mo, kita ko mo.
Presentation puro sa wasa kami.
Ako, nakatara pa na rice namin sa ikura.
What's that table supposed to be for the rapporteur? That table there?
No, it's for Augustus.
Okay. Do they have another
Table?
this one?
I don't know.
That's a troubling question.
Kailangan email ko yun dyan, ano, may Gmail, no?
Check lang pala dito.
So call lang? Can you call? 2544? Yan, namili ko yan.
We didn't table. You think we should have
Well,
another?
if you could have another podium, then you could have the moderator at one and then the presenter at the other one, and then have the panelists sit just right next to where the presenter is. But the panelists will they just sit and talk? Okay, you can put them at that table. Yeah, but it would be nice because the presenter is. Ang matotoo ang kita tanong.
Memang kita nga doon, wireless.
Komenda mo. What are these for?
I would know. I focus in past them.
70 calendar?
Nagtag na email na mga
But what is that? Yeah.
Line of problem.
Yeah, it would be set up so that
May copy ko kaya yung PITU, ang code. Hello? Kuya, asa dyan yung minute? May malaksawas? Physics age, man. Line na sa'yo yung set. May code mo ba?
okay. Augustus, I just sent you the PowerPoint of it now.
So we're gonna be answering the question number
So,
one.
Deep message? You just hit message, so it doesn't die. Yeah.
Started talking with those guys and then
Because like,
Relaxes you to the some speed that is zero error.
so like my answer to the question leads to.
Yeah, so you just draw a break and so that he asks the first question and then you just.
Hey, sir, what are you? Hey, you know our line, but it's telling us here and we see that we were not able to access
So
YouTube.
that's where you stop, right?
Then it came back and now it's gone again, YouTube. And we don't have any firewalls back here, it's just, yes, he was here and he was also working on it and YouTube came up. And then we
So they
started
will
our
sit
live,
there
but
as
then
Zoom?
Yes.
you just
the moderator can stay there.
offline. Only
Sit
YouTube.
there, oh, stand?
Yeah.
Sit in the middle.
Okay.
And then the presenter
Yeah, I think that
can
one
be
is
invited
also, it's
over.
good.
Yeah, after.
But,
Since it's such a small room,
Yeah,
it'd be
yeah.
nice if they're all in one place, but
Yeah.
since it's just a small room, the presenter
It's,
can stand up there and then
Only
Yeah.
So he can be next to
YouTube
the,
is not- cannot be YouTube.
computer and
They-
next
Yeah.
slide, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And then the two panelists can stay there. Let me just adjust the, is that enough?
Yeah, YouTube, we can. Earlier we cannot be. Yeah, it's taking so long. Request timeout. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, so what we do, because they needed
So
the line
that
to be up, so we
camera-
switch back
We
to
are live on
their
Facebook.
Okay,
line.
so we need that camera to,
But of course, we will experience the same thing. Dropping the frames.
that camera is not connected to anything, huh?
I think it's connected to the
Okay.
live stream.
Oh, okay, but for the purposes of this, it's not.
But for the Zoom,
Okay, when you
that's
go
the
back,
camera
because
right in
now
front.
This
they're
one on the
lunchtime.
TV.
Yeah,
Lunchtime.
on the TV.
Okay,
Yeah, so that's why I'm testing the line and then check. All right. Okay.
this one. Okay, and then this one is the live feed.
Is that the one that was here? Shirt? Or
Can I see this one? Where is
Maybe.
this one facing? Okay, that works. Okay. So that's good, because the camera for the feed actually can see this. And the camera can see all of it, so, except this.
Tupo is in the other room. Tupo is in the other room. Augustine, where are you connecting from? Um, let me just grab her from the other room. Other room was full of
Lunch, they're eating on that side.
Oh, are you not eating?
I'm gonna leave soon, so I'm just gonna take my food. I just help them set up the thing and then I'm gonna go. No, it's done. Ayan din. Dr. Santiago.
He will come down at 12:30 or 12.
Oh, okay.
1 o'clock was. So initially Dr. Niminsaman. Ayagan, Dr. Simon told him to take this morning and then he will come. Kaya na?
Yeah, I have my food there. I'm gonna just take it. She asked me to help set up this, Mom, the panelist and the presenter will sit there. I'm moderator, Bami Dalia. I'm a presenter, present, actually something to present. I'm not present cameraman and quality. Because that camera can catch the screen. But if they present it, it won't be able to be on this, unless they screen share it. So that's the only way for both cameras to get it. Well, live feed on radio and the other one is
ganyan. How to grow giant yam.
Di ba? Pwede nga yung folder. Gamit ka FSST.
Yeah.
Huwag lang international UK.
Yeah.
No?
Trying to figure out.
Nancy, can you also announce anyone key lost and found? Just announce it.
For everyone here, did anybody lose a key? Lost and found, we have a key up here. Not a car key, looks like a house or office key.
Can you guys let Luan in? Luan is the vice president of the youth council. Luan, can you help?
It's not big question.
Okay. Let's go. Test your system out.
Test. Everybody hear me okay?
You have this presentation. You have Mark's presentation.
Yeah.
Recording in progress.
Aquila, you guys sit on the other side.
Yeah, we are.
Okay, we're about to go live by 2 seconds.
Thanks.
Landing from Chuk. We're ready to go. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, welcome back everybody. Now moving on to our main event, the thematic area discussions. Leading us today we have Mr. Sebastian Leruipi, along with our online facilitator, Mr. Roderick Mervin. With us today we have our presenter, Mr. Mark Costa, along with our panel discussants, Dr. Santiago and Ms. Sofia Bacalando. The stage is yours, Mr. Salam.
Before we begin, we would like to turn the floor to Mr. Costa for his presentation, followed by a short presentation by Ms. Bacalando, and then the questionnaire session. Stage here, sir. Wherever you're comfortable at.
Okay. Doesn't matter.
Okay, thank you, Tapas, and good afternoon, everyone. As Tapas introduced, my name is Mark Koska, and I'm the Chief of Agriculture for the state of Phnom Penh. And I was informed by the organizers to come here and speak on food and nutrition. So I have prepared a presentation to share with you. But before I move on, I would like to pay my respect to the organizers of this meeting and also for those youth that are participating in this, and of course everyone in the room. As I was going through trying to prepare the presentation last night, I was looking at your what do you call this, the banner that you had, and I saw this word transforming food systems. But I guess what we're actually trying to do now, when I look at it from the past until today, we're not actually transforming it. We need to reform it because we had the food system in the past, but we've transformed it and we should be reforming it. It would really help us. Okay. So I still use transforming food systems, but when I'm going through the presentation, you will learn that we're not actually transforming, but we need to reform our food systems, but not transform. Okay. So. It's not moving. Okay. Okay, thank you. The theme for today that I want to speak on is food and health. And this is something that I know some of you are very young, but today I'm 50 years old and we've been talking about food and health for a long time, okay? Maybe the past 20 years, 30 years, okay? And why do we talk about food and health? Because they have a very close relationship. When we talk about health, we have to relate it to food. When we talk about food, we relate it to health, okay? So I have 5 discussion topics that I want to share with you today that relates, and it's part of taking food and health and making it so that we are healthy, yeah? Okay? And the first topic is access to food. And I will be going over each of these one by one so you can kind of understand. The next topic is addressing change in food nutrition health by changing social behavior. Topic number 3 is levers of change. What things can cause us to change? Consumer social demand, government incentives, regulation change to more nutritious food. And then the last one is, what is the role of local food when it comes to addressing nutrition? So, discussion topic number 1. What is access to the rights of food? When we say access to rights of food, 3 things or several things come into our minds. But the most important thing is, when we talk about access to food, is availability, affordability, and usability. Okay? So, we need to know and understand the role of food in communicable diseases. Do you guys understand this? What is the role of food in non-communicable diseases? What is non-communicable diseases? And what does food play in non-communicable diseases? You don't need to answer it, but just think about it, because when you do your discussions, you can identify nutritionally vulnerable groups. Who are the groups that are vulnerable? Okay? Discuss why we continue to consume unhealthy food. Why do you choose ramen over a banana? Explore ways to shift consumption behavior. Most of us, what do we consume? Okay? Why? Is it accessible? Is it available? Or is it cheap and ready for us to use? Okay? You can see a market in Colonia. We're close to Colonia. There are access available, but yet we still consume other food. Okay? Who determines and who are the influencers of the change in our food and health? Okay? Do you guys understand the nature of our food supply chain? Identify determinants and influencers of food availability in communities. Who is in charge at the household? Okay? And who prepares the food and serves the food? Okay? Change in behavior. And these are some of the things that the levers of change that help us. 20 years ago, you probably wouldn't find local food on the side of the road. Now when you drive up, you can find this. Can you bring it back? Okay. Number 3 is leverage of change. And leverage of change is what can make the changes. So, new technologies, new recipes. I know we don't like global food, but what are the levers of, if they're ready, available, okay? So what are some of the levers of change? New technologies. We get more educated in nutrition than we would shift, or, okay? So these are some of the new technologies that we're adapting. Gardening, more vegetables, more fruits. Is it going to help us change the way we look at food and health? And then...
Oh, sorry to break in. We cannot see what you're presenting.
And then, number 4 topic is who makes the influences? Who are the influencers? Who makes the behavior change?
Can we pause?
Some of the things we can discuss, I know in when we talk about tobacco, we have that sin tax. So it makes it more expensive. Would that work for food? If they put more tax on turkey tail and it's more expensive, maybe we would, do you guys think we would stop buying it?
Apologies, but we're being selfish. The other states cannot see what you're sharing. So we're running into difficulties.
So do you want me to stop for a while?
Just not stop. Not stop. Take this moment to let them to think about what you have presented.
Okay.
All right. If you have any questions to ask, as of now, you guys have any questions to ask?
Wait, let me finish it.
Because they cannot see your presentation.
Let the technician.
All right, that's your problem, guys. All right, please proceed.
So, who are the influencers? These are very important, huh? Okay? We need to identify the influencers, the key influencers. What are the challenges to make changes? What are the trade-offs, social policy and other things? And then explore new ways and interventions to lead to change. So,
scroll.
Okay, so when we look at our small family gathering, can we make the changes there? About the churches, can the churches make changes when we talk about food and health? Or is it our traditional culture? Can they make those changes? Yeah. And then topic number 5, the role of locally produced food in addressing nutrition. Okay. Understand the role of locally produced food in NCD reduction. Why are we not consuming more local producers? What are the challenges? Identify ways and interventions to address these challenges. How do we identify those? And then identify existing tools and guidelines and discuss their usability for food preparation. So I know I just went through this very quickly because you guys have a time limit to it, but I could elaborate more. It's going to be very difficult for you to, if I elaborate, you probably understand it more. And you can see in our markets we have a lot of locally produced food, yet we still consuming imported food. Why? So is it because it's cheaper, it's easier? Okay. So let me just show you some data so that you can start thinking when you're in your group discussing food and health. Okay? Why does food and health matter? Okay? These are facts based on survey from Bombay State Hospital. Okay? 2/3 of our adults in the FSM, we do not have health care plans, yet we still don't really care about our health. We spend lots of money dealing with these health-related diseases. 3 out of 4 are overweight or obese. Okay? This is not a gender issue, but women are more obese than men. I guess Pacific Islanders they don't like skinny women. That's why. Okay? 82% of educated people are overweight or obese. But if we really think about it, it's supposed to be the opposite. If you're educated, you're supposed to be healthy because you understand what you're consuming. But what they found is 82% of educated people are overweight. 1 out of 5 adults have high blood pressure. 25% or 23% have diabetes. 25% have pre-diabetes, and if you add that up, it's 50%, almost 50%. 33% of all adults 65 years or older have diabetes. So that's 1/3 of all of us that are over 55. Okay? 43% eat majority or mostly imported food. 27% eat imported and then 30% eat majority or mostly local food. And if you add that number up, it's 100%. Those 3 numbers, if you add them up, it's 100% dependent on imported food. And then 70% eat or more local food. Okay, a diet consisting of majority imported food was found more prevalent in young adults, more educated adults, and residents of Matilanim and Polonia. I understand Polonia, but because it's in town, but Matilanim, they found that more people eat local food, so I don't know why. Is it because when we talk about accessibility and availability, I don't know why it's like this. 87% of the population consume less than the recommended daily of fruits and vegetables. So we don't eat fruits and vegetables, okay? Out of 87, 28 consume less or very little fruit and vegetables daily. 90% of the people eat processed meat at least once per day. 70% of the 90% eat processed meat 2 times or more every day. And for those of us from who 82% of the residents eat processed food 2 times or more. Okay? And then if you look at the money that we spend on treating patients with these diseases, it's about 2.8 million per year. And that's a lot of money going into food and health. So when we talk about food and health, it's very, very important. Huh? Okay? So this is just showing you, if we continue to produce people with food-related illnesses, then it's just like this thing where you just turn on you will be cleaning, but we need the young people like you to just go and shut off the faucet so we don't have to keep dealing with these things. Huh? So if you can make the change, if you think the youth are the influencers of change, then you can start making the change now. Yeah. Kailangan, it keeps bothering me when I speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Costica. I would like to turn this time to Ms. Calando for her presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, my humble greetings and respect to all of you. I take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the FSM Department of Health and Social Affairs, UNRCO, UNOHCHR, UNICEF, and UNFPA for giving me the opportunity to speak on this important topic, transforming food systems, youth innovation for human and planetary health. This topic is very important to me, to students my age and the youth in general. Food system concerns our health as a people. Therefore, it impacts everyone in the community. The global community set broad goals called the Sustainable Development Goals, or the SDGs, in 2015 that were designed to be a blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. SDG number 2 states, end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture. Clearly, the food system has gaps and issues recognized on a global scale that we need to address as a community. An NGO in Seattle called the Borgen Project made the following findings. As of 2020, 463 million people worldwide suffer from diabetes, with 90% of cases being type 2, meaning diabetes caused by personal lifestyle. Imagine what that number is in FSM, given that FSM has the world's highest percentage of diabetics by population in the world. A staggering 37.2% of the population, or close to 40,000 people. This means that 1 out of 3 people in the FSM are diabetic, and therefore are at high risk for severe reactions to COVID-19. It is very concerning, and as a community, we need to take action to address it. A 2008 report published by the World Health Organization found nearly half the adult males in the FSM and more than half of the females in the FSM are overweight. Being overweight is the result of an imbalance between energy consumed too much and energy expended too little. Globally, people are consuming foods and drinks that are more energy dense, high in sugars and fats, and engaging in less physical activity. Again, these are facts that we must take into consideration in order to empower ourselves and take positive action to change our behaviors and lifestyle. Diet-related non-communicable diseases, or NCDs, including cardiovascular diseases, for example, heart attacks and strokes, and often linked with high blood pressure, certain cancers, and diabetes. Unhealthy diets and poor nutrition are among the top risk factors for these NCDs globally. Processed goods and junk foods may be tasty, and everyone does enjoy them generally, but it does not change the fact that these are unhealthy foods. In short, we need to start thinking about changing our unhealthy habits and lifestyle, and the youth can play a very important and empowering role here. As a youth, I believe that others my age can contribute a good number of ways to help get involved in issues related to this topic. Being informed of the right information, knowing the benefits of eating healthy foods, discussing these issues with friends and loved ones, getting involved in organizations that advocate for the same purpose, spreading the word to the public via social media that it is not okay to indulge in junk foods excessively, and remembering that exercise is also essential in this process of living a healthy life. Not to mention, the youth spend so much time on social media that it is practically a powerful source of information that everyone relies on. This, in turn, makes it the responsibility of the youth to spread accurate information about healthy food habits and lifestyle to every individual in possession of a device. When we, the youth, can start applying that knowledge into our respective diets to live a longer and healthier life, others of different age demographics will be encouraged to do the same. Parents can follow this diet and influence their children to follow their example. Grocery shoppers can focus more on fresh and organic foods instead of just the processed junk foods. And those who are sick can still eat healthy foods to get better or relieve their pain at the very least. Moreover, and this is key, I would recommend that the government should also initiate nationwide efforts to reinforce healthy lifestyle through, for instance, fundraisers and healthy campaigns, to get the public to be informed of this issue and to publicly address this as a problem that affects our lives. I encourage my fellow youth to actively participate and get involved in topics like these to help brighten the future of our nation. After all, we, the youth, are the future leaders of the world. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for the powerful message to the youth, especially to us, the government. And now I would like to direct a question to Dr. Santiago. Sorry for putting you on the spot. It's a three-part question. And if the panel wants to assist, they could. And the first question is, do young people in FSM have access to food with good nutritional value? What are the underlying consequences if they lack access? What can young people do to increase food availability in their communities?
Can you share the mic?
Thank you, Sabat. Kasaledia, good afternoon. My respect to all. I will address the three questions from a youth perspective. So first one is regards to lack of food with good nutritional value. So food, as we all know, is a basic and essential need for our survival. In addition to that, food with good nutritional value is important for our health, in that it prevents us from developing non-communicable diseases. Personally, I believe that there is a insufficient and limited access to food with good nutritional value to youth in FSM. And I believe much of these constraints are because of the accessibility, availability, and affordability of the food within the food supply chain. And it is general knowledge that nutrition and healthy food plays a crucial role in prevention strategies for non-communicable diseases. Therefore, we acknowledge that it is important for young people to take part and contribute to the community in trying to come up with ways that can increase the availability of food. And how we can do this, we can contribute to the production of food itself, and we can raise an awareness and educate our communities on the importance of consuming healthy food. And we can also be more proactive in other activities that relate to food production. For the third question, the last component of the question, in addition to the three things I've mentioned, we can also help our community as young people if we are given access. Mainly we need access to knowledge and information, and I believe we also need access to land, finances, and also access to decision making. Thank you. Thank you.
Another question? This one goes to the panelists, most directed to Dr. Santiago again. And if the other panelists want to contribute, they can. The question is, what should be the role of the youth leaders in changing the food preference to reduce or cease the use of high processed food? Examples such as sugary drinks, sodas, ramen, Kool-Aid, white rice, and candy bars. Hershey.
Okay, for the second question, what can we as youth try and do to change the food preferences? So I think, I believe this question relates to more of human behavior and human change. And I believe that the time to try and act is now, because as youth, we are the ones that eventually will be able to change our lifestyles and the choices of food we make. So I believe we need to advocate for more consumption of locally produced and fresh food, and innovate solutions to address the low availability and the cost. And also we need to collectively raise our voices for policies that control and limit importation of processed food.
I'd like to add on to what my fellow discussant said. One thing that is one thing that is very important in this modern day is information, which is why, since the answer to this question is more of a behavioral issue, it's best to influence the general public with their opinion on how they perceive healthy foods and unhealthy foods. Because usually, how people perceive unhealthy foods like burgers, fries, and pizza, they find it more appealing and appetizing than fruits, vegetables, and peanuts. Which is why it's best to really help the public see healthy foods in a different light. Basically, change their perspective, so to speak. So, thank you.
Let me just add on there are many things that contribute to this, and if we talk about it, you can talk about it the whole day. We're just trying to touch the surface, but like for the youth, you are very vulnerable, especially nowadays. When you grow up, you cannot afford, but you're given food by your parents, and you acquire taste. So now that you can make decisions, but the taste is already there. And in order for you to change that, you have to change your behavior and you have to force yourself to change. Okay? Once you acquire the taste, it's very difficult to. And of course, Tapas asked about all these sweets. And we already have sugar in our food, so you don't need to eat more sugar while you're eating your food. And salt is also plays a very important role. And of course, for us in Micronesia, it's not really the food that we consume, it's the amount. I believe it's the amount that you consume that makes it, because every time we do things, there's always food. When you have a gathering, there's always food. So I think we consume more than we're supposed. The serving size is very important. It doesn't matter if you eat healthy food, but you're eating more than your body can burn, you will still gain weight. So it's very, very important that the serving size is there, the nutritional value is there, and then try to limit the salt and the sweet that goes in the food, because naturally those things are already in the food, and when you add them, you're just putting excess. And that's when you start gaining weight. Think about your body as a tank or something. If you keep overfilling it, it's going to overflow, and when it overflow goes in, and that's what you start to gain weight and lose more fat. But if you can burn it up, it's okay. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those were wonderful questions and feedbacks, and we apologize that they took up most of the time. We have enough time for a question from the audience. Does anybody have? Yes. Yeah.
Our question is actually for Mr. Mark. In the facts that you presented, there are 82% of people who are educated are actually obese. Is that what you said? My question is, what's the level of education that we're talking about? Is it because they have a college degree or they finished high school? How is it that our education system not, how do I say, even if they are educated, why do we see such a high number in obesity?
Thank you for the question. Those are facts that I took from the state hospital. So they interview people in the community, and that's the results they receive. So that's what I'm reporting. But if you're in day-to-day living, if you look at, if you're educated, what is most likely, what job will you have? Office? Outside? So if you're educated, you will end up in the office or teaching or something. So it's probably you have less exercise. That would contribute to that. But I don't, maybe it's not related to understanding food and health, but it's just that, because for example, for me, when I was working as an outside field worker, I was way thinner than I am now. Now, I just go around and meet people and speaking, so I'm not doing much exercise, even though I'm eating less food. So I'm using myself as an example. Even Tapas, when he was not, when he doesn't have a good job, he was still, but now he's, so it doesn't really have to do with the education, the level of education, but maybe it has to do with your activities after you get your degree. Because, for example, a person like me, I don't have time to, when I finish work, I don't have time to go to the field and run around. Because I need to go home and do other work. Okay, so I don't have time to go and exercise. I have other family issues that I need to deal with. So less exercise, which means I can, and that's the only way. That's the only way I can answer it, because I just got the information. So maybe we can do another research and find out if we use the level of education and so on. And of course, what are their jobs? What kind of work they do, and then we will be able to find out more.
Thank you very much. I hope we answered your question. And he's lying. I'm still fat. I was fat. He's still fat. I need to lose all this. Now we're going to turn over to Broderick. He's somewhere on the TV to do the open discussion, virtual discussion.
Thank you so much. Can you all hear me from there?
Yes.
Well, thank you so much, and all Pacific greetings from Fiji. It's good to see you all. And before I begin the moderation of our online discussions, can I wish everyone in the room Happy International Youth Day?
Happy International Youth Day.
So, not taking much of everyone's time, I believe we just only have two comments from our colleagues. We have Tofiliti and Adams. So, Tofiliti, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone. My name is Tofiliti Vekoso, and I am zooming in all the way from Fiji. And I just want to thank the presenters who have spoken, and some very interesting findings as well. Just something I really picked out, and it's more of a comment. I may come to a question a bit later, but the presenter, talked about accessibility to food or healthy food. And, the survey also talked about how women were more obese than men. I guess that is really what we really need to know and understand as to why do we have this data. And, knowing and understanding, adolescent girls are especially vulnerable to the gendered cultural norms that we have in the Pacific. And often it's the lack of access to information and nutrition, food education, and also economic opportunities. I guess when we're talking about young people and how we are also being inclusive, how are we really inclusive of young people? Are we really bringing in the most vulnerable people into the table of conversation as well? Are we bringing in people of diverse ideas? Are we bringing in people with disabilities, right? Many times in terms of the approaches or when we're doing research or data, when we're talking about work around young people, we are so tokenistic in a sense that we want to just tick the box and just to impress people that we have young people. But really, how are we really looking at it from an inclusion lens that different young people come with diverse backgrounds and they have different vulnerabilities as well. Just to really want to really share up there. And I guess the way forward as well is around accountability. And and I'm really glad that that we have to see the Federated States of Micronesia hosting this event. Is we as young people need to be holding people accountable as well. Speak up and also ensuring that our voices are heard. But also, I do know and understand that there are a few barriers that are in place. And that is something that we need to call on our leaders to create safe spaces for young people to be able to speak up and also know and understand inclusive approaches that includes young people. I think just really I wanted to share with you, with the audience and with the team as well.
Thanks so much, Shofili, for your comments. I believe there was from Adam Conroque. Adam, when you're ready.
Good everyone. I apologize. I won't be able to share my camera because my internet connection is a bit slow. I just had a comment on the behavioral change aspect of improving the diet of the youth. We've done a lot of projects with youth. The issue that we've always faced is keeping their interest for the duration of the project. Because at the initial stages of the project, we have a lot of youth interest. But I think a lot of projects don't take into account the support that is needed throughout the entirety of the project to keep the youth interested and active. Have there been any projects in FS7 that have tried to implement anything along these lines of a support mechanism for the youth? Thank you.
So yes, Adam, if you could just repeat your question again. I'm assuming the question is not to any specific analyst, is that right?
No, it's just to the floor for the question. It's basically, have there been any projects that were successful in the past that have implemented support mechanisms that not just give the youth the information and the idea, but support them along the entire journey? And how have they been creating behavioral change?
All right, noted. Now, while everybody's trying to sort of dissect it, it's quite a lot. If there's, just going to reach out to any of our colleagues in the region that are virtually connected, if they had any questions for the panelists. I see we have Fiji, we have New Zealand. So probably given the just gauging from the rule, from our lens, it looks like there may be projects, and we're seeing comments in our section whereby there have been projects in terms of the transparency and accountability bit. This one, John's all right.
Yeah, hello. For your information, we don't have any projects that we've gone through that has been reviewed and held. Most of the youth in, we don't really have a problem with youth, very high youth obesity, so we don't really focus on, I haven't seen people really focusing on. It's when people get older that they start to have the problem of weight, but the young people are usually in good health. I guess maybe that's why we never focus on youth. But it's I think it's a great suggestion that we really, if we do that, it would. That's one way that the youth would be able to support probably the older generation to tackle the issue of obesity and overweight.
All right. Just been advised, given there's just one more individual. I've been told there's a Suzanne that wanted to add her comment. Suzanne, are you with us?
Yeah, thank you, Broderick. I'll go ahead and turn on my camera. I probably should have stayed at the event, but I had to come back to the office. But I'm so distracted. I'm trying to keep online and maintain my connectivity with what's going on. So the question was regarding if there are any projects that are kind of seen through throughout the whole life of the project to ensure that the success is maintained. I think there are a lot of projects like that in the FSM. A lot of times, if not through schools and through youth organizations, they're also done in communities. The challenge with that, though, is number one, funding runs out. So a lot of times you're just looking at something and youth get involved in something, but then when the funding runs out, the project kind of dies. The other challenge we have is that there's a lot of turnover. For example, if you start a project in a school, even in the high schools or the college or even within an organization, there's a lot of turnover with students or young people kind of moving on to other things, and that kind of weans out the life of the project, and then new people come in and they may have other interests. So those are some of the challenges we have with implementing projects. The projects that tend to do very well, it seems, are the ones that there's a lot of high interest from the youth, that are multi-generational. Like, it doesn't just start with one group and then end there. When they have new people coming into the organizations or to the schools or whatever the group is, there's a maintained interest from across these groups. So a good example of that is through Youth for Change, which is where we've had some assistance in the areas of transparency and accountability. There are also, just to make it a little bit more relevant to food, there are also efforts to start small gardening projects across several high schools. But again, some of those end up waning out. There's weather issues that happen, and sometimes things get ruined, and then people don't want to continue on after that. But of course, we're happy to learn from the rest of the Pacific. These are not challenges I'm sure that we have a monopoly on in the FSM. There are probably similar challenges that the rest of the Pacific has, so we'd be happy to hear from other parts of the Pacific what kind of issues they would have with that as well. Thanks, Broderick, and thanks to everyone in the room.
Thanks, Suzanne, for that. Probably because I've just been indicated that we have run out of time, just for the purposes of that, just to summarize everything. It's quite interesting gauging from the topics that have been brought up. Does that opening those discussions to light? It's interesting how various UN agencies have sort of dealt with this in terms of the projects and in terms of the turnover and just keeping the morale of young people involved. Basically, it's from gauging from the discussions and all, it's the priority of young people in the development spaces as well as in the projects. Often at times young people have not been included in the projects. It's primarily just to be part of the project instead of being part of the planning, the development of the project, finance, all those nitty-gritty things. And also let's bear in mind the platforms are provided here for the benefit of every young person, and therefore we encourage every young person should get involved and get engaged. It doesn't matter that whether you know somebody in the UN or you know somebody in government. You're an individual that is trying to make positive change, and one shouldn't be limited or deprived of that right to actually get involved in that. So those are some of the comments I'm summarizing from the region. Thank you. With those few words, I hand it back to FSM.
Thank you, Broderick. Moving on to our next topic, our second thematic area for discussion, food and livelihood. But first, thanking our panelists as well as our presenters. Thank you for your presentation and answering these questions. Thank you for coming. Next, introducing our next presenter on food and livelihood, Ms. Amina Johnson, along with our youth discussants, Ms. Layla J. Lane, and Ms. Jenna Helieson. So, Ms. Johnson, the floor is yours.
Sorry, just from now, and if somebody could just have a look at the sound, that would be great. Thank you.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah, thank you.
Kasililia Nango, thì bạn bà Trang wow khánh mà chị em mối. First and foremost, I want to give my thanks to our Heavenly Father. Wow, Onkoros. Makach, kita ba tuwan lang ng kana. Wow po niyan to ka, makach nan. Success o na life. Ay wow. Dapat ko pran. Monsa ko tuko o paro. Na presentation watch plan. Tacho niyan. May dajeng ko tuloy ya. Tanpa kita ni tanpa chon wai, pwede audience that wasame karagan presentation that Ilben and Kawasan Ran was a bit Nobulin as well as the rest of FSM and the Pacific Islands over Russia globally. Theme number 2. Yay. It's food and livelihood. We'll be going over food and livelihood. My name is Emina Johnson. I'm working for Island Food Community of Point Bay with our famous slogan of Let's Go Local for Chief. Its culture stands for culture, health, environment, and food security. When we refer to livelihood, our theme is food and livelihood. It's, you can read it. It's a person's livelihood refers to their means of securing the basic necessities of life. As defined, set of activities essential to everyday life that are conducted over one's lifespan, such activities could include securing water, food, medicine, and clothing. This track is intended to ensure that food system developments will expand inclusion, as indicated in the first theme, create opportunities for decent work to eliminate poverty and raise income across the food chain, reduce risk for poorest, and improve value distribution. So in the livelihood, how we turn our green and blue commodities into money or improved lives. That means turning land and the sea commodities. When we talk about land or green, in FSM, the workforce in agriculture, fisheries, and food production is comprised of farmers, which are small farms or family farms, to large commercial farms with relatively few wage and agricultural workers. It's also fisher or fisher folks in the marine area, food processing or manufacturing workers, supermarkets and shop and market workers, food preparation or servers at restaurants, cafes, hotels, and seafood and vendors. These are the facts, some facts as in the statistics of 2010. You know, we need to look at the facts in order for us to understand our current status of respects to the three very important aspects as availability, accessibility, and affordable of food. So in this slide, this is talking about people that are 15 years and older. And this is Pohnpei. So as you can see, is 91% is are employed and 9% is unemployed. And those that are not in labor force make up 40%, and those that are in 60%. So in topic discussion 1, which is green, we promote the terrestrial production or the land. The sources of this information, as I mentioned, is from the Agricultural Census of 2016. Total population of Pohnpei was 31, and the total number of households is 6,006, and number of households with agriculture 5,000 some, and number of households without agriculture 700 some. So topic 2 about food and livelihood will be from the oceans, which is the blue production. Same sources. Those that are fishing for consumption, 4,017 households. Fishing for sales, only 159 households. Fishing for others is 739 households. Some of the facts that we need to. And these are some of the 10 types of business actively involved. As you can see, house rental is the retail store is 38%. Food, cater and takeout, which some of these can be also how we market the green and the blue. What? Okay. Can
we go back?
Go back.
Go backwards.
I think one slide is missing, but so some of the strategies of promoting the land is value added to products, and also drawing on, it's very important to draw on our traditional knowledge and practices. Some of these that have been not known, we need to bring them back because it does help, and strategies to improve our life. We can make money out of these by sending them abroad, and also identifying and designating new, more appropriate varieties and practices and technologies. Now, Island Food has been transforming some of our non-attractive foods into flour or powder paste of our local foods. So these technologies or these innovative ideas are being spread out. Maybe that's another way of improving or another business. Like in our flora and fauna. And also identifying and developing appropriate small-scale, low-cost technology, including like I mentioned. Yeah. So, next. So in the blue sector, also same, some of the productions that we can identify is reef, fish and ocean, small scale aquaculture, nearshore commercial pelagic, like tuna and saltfish and stuff. Industrial, like our other partner with international businesses to fishing commercial in our pelagic. Tourism and also industrial aquaculture, mangrove and reef club harvesting and semi-subsistence reefs, like some merit is sending abroad. That's it. Action or actions, changes, starts with you. Any questions? My time. These are just facts and strategies that are. So now it's your discussion and dialogue. There is no such wrong answer. It's really good to express your questions and what you think from your perspective, the youth perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson, and let's go local. Now let's put those two young ladies. There's some questionnaires that's directed to you, and the first one is, it's another 3-part question, and it says, as a youth, when you go into the local markets, do you see fresh fruits and vegetables? And are they produced sufficiently locally? If not, how can you youth be engaged into this livelihood opportunity? And how can farming, selling, and marketing of local food be made more attractive amongst youth? And the last question, will this increase local production access to healthy food in FSM? Now let's put Laila and Jenna on the spot by answering these questions. Answering this.
Moderator, can I suggest that we go question by question? I think there was too many questions at once. Even I cannot catch all of them.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure that I am here today serving as one of your youth panelists. On account of this, I would like to welcome all in this room and those joining us online to this solemn event, the International Youth Day of 2021. It is not every day where young folks like us get to voice our opinions on social issues, especially in our cultural hierarchy. So please allow me to seize the moment and voice my thoughts based on these 2 questions assigned to this thematic session. To answer these questions respectively, fresh fruits and vegetables are available in supermarkets. However, I wouldn't say that they are sufficiently produced locally. Nowadays, youth don't find cutting grass in taro patches or boiling breadfruits as attractive. Most fear the itching of sweet taro. Present-day youth have too many recreational activities and 3-minute instant noodles to even consider picking up a shovel to farm. Our basis of traditional living, our subsistence lifestyle, is being practiced by fewer and fewer of our people as the preference for processed food increases. This gradual change from traditional food to imported convenience food has caused a rise in non-communicable diseases, mainly diabetes, in our islands. As of today, the FSM has the highest percentage of diabetics by population worldwide. 37.2% of our population has diabetes, highlighting how our food and livelihood depicts our health. If our youth is properly introduced to and consequently alarmed by the staggering fact they will soon come to find their only solution in our local way of obtaining food, which is through planting and farming. We can take myself for an example. My grandma was diagnosed with diabetes the same year the International Diabetes Federation declared us as a leading country of non-communicable diseases. Since then, we completely changed our diet. We have minimized salt, and there are always a piece of green, vegetables, and fruits in our meals. All of this led to an interest in farming, and now I have a small vegetable patch of Chinese cabbages and chili peppers outside my house. To sum it all, emphasizing the importance of food and livelihood and triggering youth's interest in local production will increase Everson's access to healthy food. Youth will then be of help to farming, selling, and marketing of local foods when they come to fully realize that there is truth in the saying, "I know I buko." My life, my responsibility. Thank you.
To add to what Leila was saying, I just want to answer the question that asked, how can the youth be engaged into these livelihood opportunities, and how can farming, selling, and marketing of local food be made more attractive among youth? Okay. Farming, selling, and marketing of local food can be made more attractive among youth by getting us involved in projects, as they mentioned, that will promote and or increase awareness of healthy eating. Catching the youth's interest in agriculture is an important step in this overall process. It should start off by including food and nutrition in school curricula from as early as primary school. Each school should have an environmental club if they haven't already, and do more activities, plant more seedlings around the school and public places. School gardens and farming will allow people the knowledge and skills they need to make a success of food production. Have the youth engage in local businesses as required of school or even for fun. Engage parents, farmers, and local business communities as well, not just the students. Use the power of role models because seeing is believing. Embrace opportunities that technology brings in attracting youth's interest. The important points are to have the youth engage in agriculture as early as possible to learn about eating healthy and equip us with first-hand knowledge of how to run agribusiness. If all schools can successfully partner with local businesses, these activities can make learning more relevant by providing real-world examples. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to open up the discussion or question from our audience here and online. If you want to ask any questions to the panel, here's your chance. Any questions from the audience? You guys don't want to put them on the spot? No? They did answer this question, and I think it's the most important one is, are there food available, fruits? When you walk into your market, the question that you guys should ask yourself is, which one do I go to? The first one, which is the food, the fruits, or the closest one is ramen and Kool-Aid. So I'm gonna ask you that question, put you on the spot. Which one do you go to? Why is that? Could you answer?
I think young people like ramen Kool-Aid because ramen Kool-Aid is very
tasty and cheap, you know. Pudding is 50 cents and the ramen is 35 and then less than $1. You know?
Sorry for putting you on the spot. But it's true, we go for what's cheap and what we can afford than what is healthy for us. So again, I think summarize up what everybody was presenting, the change is within you. You have the power to change. And what this livelihood was talking about, it was you can start investing or start looking into agriculture, growing your fruits so it can be free. You don't have to choose between which one is more expensive, the one above $1 or the one below $1. This could be free. So you can learn this in school and whatnot. Any questions? Now we're going to move the discussion. If there's no question coming from... Yes.
Sorry, just sharing a suggestion.
Okay.
Brian Chironde from Fiji. No, I'm just wanted to share a suggestion with regards to youth and how they look at farming as a business. And I know that when I was once a young person, I always wanted to do a business where I would be seen as it's interesting and attractive to me. We've always had the challenge, and I've had so many young people from other parts of the world saying that we don't market or brand agriculture as very attractive. So we always make it look like it's for the older people, or when they're in their retirement, like we had our dear president say in the morning, he does a little bit of farming on the side. But if we could I don't know what the young people think, it would be good if the branding itself, for instance, the agro-processing or fisheries ministries would come up with good campaigns to brand production of local food towards young people. I think it will be quite attractive, because when young people start seeing themselves as farmers, as fishermen, then it encourages others, because they really admire what others are doing, to also get into the business of growing local food. So the branding is very important, and I thought young people be given a chance, and we hear what they think about making agriculture very youth-like and youth-friendly. That is my suggestion. Thank you.
Sorry, moderator. Maybe I could just add to where Brian had left off, if that's okay. All right, thanks. Thanks for the thumbs up anyway. Probably, I think before I start, I see a lot of young people in the room. I also see your fellow youth in your respective islands. I see that the youth from Chuk as well as Kosrae are in the room. And I'm just wanting to understand, but just gauge their perspectives, because after all, it's something that your respective country is. So before I even sum it off this session, I just wanted to just hear from the youth from Chuk and Kosrae if they had any comments or questions at this point in time, because it's really good to just get youth that are from the area to sense of what is going on the ground, because we in our respective countries are not familiar with what has been happening in the Federated States of Micronesia.
Any questions from the other states?
Chuk, yeah, Kosrae. That question was directed to you.
Anyone? No pressure.
No pressure. if you're talking, you can unmute. Just in case, check if the unmute button.
Thanks, moderator. I was going to suggest that.
Can I just?
We have the app.
All right.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Well, any of the youth clubs that are on the line, I mean, please feel free to join in. So I didn't mention that. My apologies.
Always.
Alright.
Hi. Well, I too point page for shy. I was just listening in the background. I just want to mention YAP is sort of in a unique situation in the sense that we have a bit of a redundancy happening right now because the dialogues on the food systems summit is currently happening in town, and we're down south of the island talking specifically with some of the youth. So we did talk a little bit about some of the stuff concerning our topic today, the past couple of days so far, and they're continuing today, they're going to finish today, this afternoon. Some of the things that we talked about that's maybe a bit relevant to our discussion now is the fact that each island has its own unique perspectives and their own unique situations that they have to deal with. There are similarities between all the islands, but with specific islands, let's say with Yap, for example, we have many different communities and they have their own specific issues they have to deal with. Yap is unique.
Oh, your microphone's off.
Can you unmute?
You're just muted now.
Yeah, go right ahead.
No, so I'll just go ahead and talk about specifically about livelihood. We talked about with livelihood. Sorry, I'm just trying to remember what we talked about yesterday. With livelihood, we discussed about how we have a lot of initiatives that all deals with trying to create a robust food system locally. But at the end of the day, we kind of have to think about who's going to be the consumer. Will the consumer, specifically youth, go for what we're trying to promote, such as local food? We've seen from data that not necessarily the youth, younger people, go for local food just because of specific preferences for imports. And raising issues about even if we come up with alternative, attractive food items that are attractive to different generations, how do we make sure that it's kept sustainable in the sense that people are going to buy it, so making sure that there is a market for all of these things. And those kind of topics that we talked about yesterday. So I just want to say that and maybe hopefully start the discussions with my fellow sister states.
Well, thanks so much, Representative in so my apologies again for not mentioning you. But probably if just to get the gauge from those that are in Chuuk and Costa, if they are not able to due to internet connectivity or others, probably some of the things that for us in the Pacific, we're quite curious about, especially, I also noticed that the president of the Nauru Youth Council is in the room, or a representative of the Nauru Youth Council that spoke, FSM, sorry, my apologies. But the issue was about, she mentioned about some of the things that they're grappling with, and I'm curious to know this because this is in relation to the youth structures that are in place. And there are many structures that can be created. It can be at a national level, regional or provincial level. And in your instance in FSM, given that you are quite isolated from each other, how do you guys, and I'm asking this because many of us in different parts of the Pacific, we're sort of connected via land. We don't need to take a boat to certain parts, whereas in no context, you guys do travel by boat from point A to point B, and so on and so forth. So I'm curious now, how do you guys, in terms of your structures, when you guys are formulating meetings or organizing functions, and because we've got transportation in the mix, you've got telecommunication that's an issue, then you've got an internet issue. Yeah, so how are you guys trying to look at it? And it's not only the representatives of YAP, I'm also seeing that we've got a representative of the FSM Youth Council that's present there. Perhaps, that shares some light on it. Whichever one wants to go first,
Can I suggest FSMYC president to respond to the queries from the guy from the Pacific Ocean, please?
Okay.
Can I go ahead and respond to that question since it seems to be directed at FSMYC?
Yeah.
So in terms of FSM or what the FSM youth is doing in order to get everyone in line or on the same boat, we basically are relying on our FSM youth office or national government counterpart. Because like you said, there are different states and there are different structures and different small youth organizations that are all working in their own projects.
Right.
Their own projects, their own priorities that at times we can be doing, one state can be doing one project similar to another state, but we don't know, hence we don't know about that. So there are several occasions where we have duplication of efforts and duplication of resources when we don't have support from the national government. So again, in order to get everyone in line and on the same boat, we really rely on our national government counterparts.
Well, thank you for that. It's good to hear the representatives from the Costa Rica youth. With the representatives of YAP, I saw that you guys were talking or sort of discussing, if you guys wanted to contribute or add on from that.
No, thank you. No, we're just talking about, well, we're dealing with the youth, so it's always the best way to sort of keep it simple and also keep them something that's a bit more proactive, right? Because most of the time when we have these meetings, all the policies, all the plans just sort of goes over our heads. So the question I have, or a lot of us have here actually is, what exactly is there for us to do? What can we do and what should we do? The what should we do, there's a lot of ideas. But what can youth do that will still be allowable, respectful of our elders and our leaders? So in terms of all of these things that we've been talking about in town at the main meeting for the Food Systems Summit, yes, they did invite youth, and yes, they sort of provided an outlet for us to sort of be there and talk and be present. But what exactly is there for us to do to make sure that we push this initiative, to make sure that food systems is something that everybody knows about and that we're actively working on to make sure that we work towards the SDGs? Thank you.
That's interesting, gauging from youth groups from the various islands. Probably just to, before I conclude, was there anybody else, I'll give an opportunity now virtually, that would want to, I got a question here from Fiji. Question is, just curious to know whether the FSM Ministry of Youth or Ministry of Agriculture has some food and livelihood programs that are beneficial to the youth or that are aimed to engage youth groups in FSM in these areas. Interesting. Okay. Would Costa Rica want to go again, Eddie, or do you want to give up the first nudge, Eddie? probably maybe the main question I'm getting from here is, the first question is, where is the ministry, or where is this respective government ministry located? Which island state? And then probably, they can unpack. I see the Kosrae youth wanted to say something. I'll give you guys the time.
I think we can start with, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Can you zoom to yeah?
Sorry again to butt in. Yeah, during our discussion with the main meeting in town, we did talk with a lot of other stakeholders who were trying to get youth involvement. One of them, of course, being the Colors of Micronesia, specifically the Cooperative Research and Extension Program. They do have youth agents, and they do have specific things they do with agriculture that they want specifically youth to be involved in. It's mostly at a small scale, and it's mostly dealing with specifically their students for now, but they're hoping to also sort of like develop that and provide more outlets for other communities to be a part of. So that's one thing we're aware of. And I'm sure the national government and their youth officers at the Department of Social Affairs also have things that they do as well. They do, of course, support the FSM Youth Council, and they do provide venues for us to meet as well, so that's one area.
Yeah, thanks for that. Apart from our other colleagues in the other, those that have spoken quite often, I noticed that Pompey is on the line as well. The Pompey youth, if they had any other contributions to the discussion, I'm opening the floor to them before I give it to Kosrae.
I think Bombay has done most of the talking, and they want to give a chance to the other states to contribute. Over.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough, moderator. Okay, all right. Probably Kosrae, now that you guys have been given the spotlight, perhaps anybody would want to contribute to that?
If Chuk is out there listening, you're invited to give comments and suggestions or questions.
If Kushai can go ahead and share ours.
Go ahead, Kushai.
If I got the question correct, what are the departments or agencies that the youth in Kushai are partnering with before our development partners? Some of our partners is the Kushai Civil Society Organization, Kushai Conservation and Safety Organization, and for health social matters, we came up with Kushai Department of Health and Social Care Services, especially their drug-free programs, their alcohol-free programs, and activity programs. Other than that, actually we do get a lot of support from the government for economic development projects. We partner up with the Department of Resources and Economic Affairs to implement state initiatives, and also to get support for our projects. Did I answer the question?
Yeah, you did. I'm just trying to sort of grapple with it. Checking in with my colleague here. Okay. Probably yes, I was just advised if Kushai also, you guys wanted to also add anything more than that. Just getting touching base with Evelyn over here.
We get a lot of support from state government-wise, and from the NGOs at the state level. The challenge here is the gap for getting the services from the national to the state. And I'm pretty sure the other states do the same. There are some, not to offend anyone here, but there are some incidents where we miss out on opportunities just because we are not aware of them. And if this is something that can be solved from this conference or addressed. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I see we've finally got the youth from Chuk on the line now. I'm just asking if Chuk also could also contribute to this as well. After all, this event specifically is for the young people of FSM, so we want to make sure in terms of an inclusion and engagement that we get all the states to get actively involved. So if any representative from the Chuk youth would like to add, I'm giving the floor now.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear, and thank you for joining us.
Yes. So it's good to see faces of the Pacific Youth Council. We do have, in response to the question that was asked earlier about, what was that? Whether there are existing programs, if we heard it correctly, that they can help the youth engage in farming and fishing. We do have Chuk Women's Council, one of our partners. It's an NGO that does farming projects here in Chuk. What they do is they give out seedlings to any individual. Although it's not specific to women, it's basically general. It's general for the whole community. We also have the youth NGO called the Result Remedy. That's recently got funding to implement the same thing. But this is also general for the community. And the CRE, as Yap already mentioned. So those are the existing programs. In terms of activities or ideas that can sort of brand or make it attractive for young people, I agree with whoever that spoke earlier about youth not seeing it as an attractive job. Everyone is going to school to become managers, executive directors, or whatnot, but no, not fishing and farming here. So here, they want first the support of the government, of course. We thank you for the support that we get. I think we can agree that we need to improve on communications, but also that when we do have these projects, that we set a timeline so that on International Youth Day we can showcase the results of these farms. I think that's what we have for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I'm just going to bring it on home for all of us here before I hand it back to our colleagues on the other end for the final thematic area. Just probably gauging from the conversations from the respective island states. It's very clear that the level of communication, dissemination of information, as well as the opportunities are sort of deprived. Some island states do get it, some of them don't. And it can be merely an internal matter, or it can be more than that. And me, as young people, would know exactly what that means. I'm also just bearing in mind that right now in this COVID-19 era, that communication is vitally important, let alone now the digital space is an open field for young people to engage themselves in. There needs to be more awareness on that, but also the communication needs to be improved. That's also a call on government's response to providing the basic necessities in the respected island states. Just by, as a moderator, gauging from this, I'm very much aware that internet connectivity varies between state to state, island state that is, but also at the same time, if one island state is doing something, the other island state would be the one saying, no, we've already done that. So the communication between that and ensuring that there's no replication or duplication of the project needs to be addressed. It's also a strong call as well that the youth structures that are in place needs to be strengthened one level to another. And my advice with the respected island states and the youth councils, that's where mobilization will have to come fully in force. We have to be very innovative, but the issue again, bringing it back to how we can make sort of agriculture, let alone those junky foods, not very attractive, but healthy foods more attractive. The onus now is on young people decision making. But at the same time, too, it's a matter now whereby young people have the choice. We're sort of going back to the traditional methods, which our forefathers have done. But that's also a reminder for us. COVID-19 is sort of a reset button for every young person. Instead of the skills that I've acquired from academia, what can I do on the ground, especially for your island states, in your communities, in your youth clubs? And that's something that I think many young people, irrespective of which island state you're in, or which island that you're in, because quite frankly, everything is provided to us. We have to keep pushing as hard as we can. But just an advice as well for all our youth leaders out there. I appreciate the contributions. After all, this is your day. Let's not make it only the 12th of August to be exact. Every day is International Youth Day, because we are the ones that are making the change. We are the ones that are making the difference. And, I applaud you guys at FSM, irrespective of which island state you're in. Continue to do the good work, because quite frankly, often at times we're not even getting recognition for our hard work. But I'd like to use this platform to actually acknowledge you guys for the continuous hard work. With that, moderator, I give it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Broderick. Absolutely excellent point. In this time of separation, as you said, COVID era, it's important that we always stay connected and coordinate advancements in our own country, and always stay in good communications. Thank you to Broderick and our online discussion team, as well as our panelists and presenter. Thank you. Moving on to our third thematic area, food security. We have our presenter, Mr. Rufino Rovi, along with our youth discussants, Mr. Yota Pacifica Oe and Ms. Vemika David.
So please bear with me.
This is going to be fast. Please don't leave. And I'll keep this brief. As the MC mentioned, my name is Rufino. My last name is Roby, and I'm going to be your last presenter of today. Since the National Food Comedy Dialogue, they took this for 3 days to make it up. And for you guys, they make it in, what, a whole day. Kind of confuses me and kind of like sad to see that this information needs to be disseminated and discussed at a very high level. So I see there is not enough interaction between the youth from our states and between and our moderator as well. But I hope this last presentation can have to wake you guys up a little bit and take you guys in a good ride. Because this is important and this is your future, right? Okay, so as you can see, we have, I'll just put that in. Just click on it. Azalea Mango, and I have introduced myself, and then warm greetings to our colleagues, Hula Finaga from Fiji, and as well some of our Fijians here. And I was mistakenly, I didn't wrote down good afternoon, but as you can see, this is good morning to you all, just to wake you guys up. So our theme, last theme is for food and security. Now, we only have 3 topics to discuss in this theme. We have environmental and climate resilience, and we do have social resilience and economic resilience. Now, I don't want to jump into, I'd like us to see these 3 subtopics as environment is the earth, and the social resilience is us, humans, and economic resilience is our supply, or agriculture, or food. Noting that life support for our food systems depends on the health and condition of the land and sea communities, how do we improve and enable resiliency for these 3 topics? Now here is Bombay. As you can see, these are the marine protected areas. So the previous speakers, they talked about turning our blue and our green into commodity in terms of money or economic development, right? As for us, we would say, let's be mindful when we turn these commodities into money. Now, climate change is a existing threat to our food system. Now, here we have saltwater intrusion. As you can see the chart, we have long-term, keep in mind, we have long-term stressors and we have short-term stressors. And the long-term is the carbon footprint that we people did. Short-term is typhoon and stuff like those in terms of climate change, if you will. So saltwater intrusion, we have floods, typhoons, salinization, king tides, saltwater inundation. The effects are these: loss in inhabitable land and coastal ecosystem for food reduction. Second one is loss in biodiversity in terms of deforestation and stuff like those. We learned these in high schools and stuff like those. And in environmental resilience, you would see that how can our life support system continue to support our livelihood while keeping our environment resilient to changes caused by global warming and changes in our social behavior and economic activities as well. We have some posing questions for you to consider when we jump into the discussion. First one, we have what can we do to enable and increase sustainable action to reduce environmental and climate change impact in food production, and to reduce the economic incentive for further deforestation, groundwater exhaustion, biodiversity loss, salinization, etc. I know these words, you have to do research. Salinization is kind of when the salt, when salt is mixed with water in the ground. This is anyway, so it might degrade the soil so no crops can grow on it. So, and let's jump to number 2. We have what role can the education and the training play in development of solutions to enable transition to nature positive production. And the third one, you would see what kind of financial assistance and mechanism would be required to enable to nature positive production to reduce economic incentives for degradation of the environment. And we have us, humans, and behavior or lifestyles. Here, in terms of climate change impacts to some of our smaller islands or low atolls that are the most affected areas in terms of climate change and sea level rise, we would see that there is a increase in inter-island migration from outer islands to the main islands. Also, this is number 1. And number 2, all of you guys have experienced or observed families or loved ones traveling to the U.S. for better opportunities. Correct? Okay. So number 3, we know that migration has its negative and positive impact in our communities as well. And number 4 is the culture and social norms of Micronesia life may be impacted with much uncertainty. How does our domestic society and economy remain resilient with these changes and uncertainties? This question is for you to consider. Now, these are just figures, numbers that are given to us since I think this is 2010, from 2010, well, 1995 to 2012. These are old information, data. And for you, if you wanted to do a research, you can always contact the R&D, information on external migration or internal migration, right? They have statistics there to bring you up to date. But as for these are from my own. They conducted a study in 2012. We're reaching at 24,048 individuals or personals who are traveling out into the mainland, out abroad. Estimate of my, and in table 2 we have sex, gender. It's funny that here we have more females traveling out into the U.S. I wonder why. This is another field of study which I wanted to pursue and find out why these women leaving our islands. Or you would find out that more enabled and young youth, they're the one, people who could farm the land, cultivate the land, they're the ones who are leaving. Mostly youth. Now we travel into the U.S. for money, not for money, job opportunities, and medical referral, one of the reasons, and also education, right? But I noticed that females are traveling out abroad more than women. Men, male. And we do have our migration negative and positive impacts, which is, as I mentioned, able-bodied younger people are the most who have been traveling abroad. Second one is they are there to gain, one of the positive impact of migration is they have healthcare, Medicare in the U.S.,
create high value market for local products. When they are there, we can always sell. You've seen all these stuff where they sell rose, skirt, sakaw. They send it to our other Micronesian. So these are paying kind of like high commodity for selling these kind of our markets or rules from Pohnpei. And the third one is we also have remittance, right? One of the positive thing about migration is they're there and they send us money. These are remittance as gifts. And the third one is migration also poses uncertainty of provision of the conduct of free association changes if levels of remittance are reduced. Like I said, money as gifts sent in. If large numbers of migrants return home if the compact expires. And we do economic resilience. Now, what are the key underlying systems that could strengthen the resilience of our communities and food system in the future? How important is time and relevant information and data for private, community, and government decision making? And how can we improve? Timely weather and market reports more relevant and updated production, social and economic statistic and analysis. Now, how important is inclusion stakeholders in terms of women, organizations, youth? How can you contribute into a policy making and program management to build stakeholder confidence? And compliance, how can we improve it? And the last one I would say, what could be the role of improved community-based management of community ecosystem, and how can that be enabled? I think these are the, yes, so kailangan, and thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Roby. And this will open up the questionnaires to our panelists and allow them to answer. I'll begin with some of the questions that were given prior. And the first one is, what are some of the challenges that has been brought about climate change and COVID-19 to food security? Either you guys can answer or I'll read out the whole thing and then you guys answer. You want to answer? So we'll allow. So Ms. David?
Thank you. That was a wonderful presentation. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a great honor and opportunity to be able to speak up here, especially from a youth's perspective. My utmost respect to everyone present. As we have mentioned, the coronavirus and climate change are two factors that challenge our basic human rights and food security. As we all know, the coronavirus pandemic constitutes many negative impacts to the islands in the Pacific. By forcing citizens to live differently, the pandemic has brought many problems to the adaptation, or in other words, the joys of life, by hindering the rights of youth, like their education, their social lives, and most specifically, their right to food. I remember the first time I had learned about the virus. I would have said Pohnpei was one of the lucky ones to have been COVID-free. However, a lot of us were cautious and scared regardless. COVID affected our livelihoods and rights by not only frightening us, but also affecting our rights to how we treat water, people, and as well as rummaging our economy. Schools were closed down and moved online temporarily, and a lot of opportunities were taken. For example, the senior class that graduated. Also, our school year in 2019 and 2020 was cut short by a quarter. Climate change also greatly obstructs the means to proper food security. Climate change challenges us by interfering with our human rights and food security when our food production and accessibility to it is not properly taken care of. Severe climate-related disasters will reduce the produce of major crops, and greenhouse gas emissions may reduce nutritional value of crops. Climate change challenges include, as Mr. Rubino mentioned, sea level rising, which causes salinization, which means too much salt in the soil. This would then affect the quality of food, rendering fields useless. This food will no longer be accessible among youths, families, and vulnerable communities, which are all elements of human rights. The ability to be able to do something is what a right is. I'd like to add some advice, or we can like Google it. Let's go. In order to understand whether or not having consistent, reliable access to safe, nutritious food, we must follow these 4 components, or we must ask ourselves whether or not food exists near you. Allow yourself to figure out if you are able to receive food easily or if it's difficult. And ask yourself whether or not food you are eating will contribute positively to your health. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Question number 2, I'm gonna pick on Yoda. What are some of the ways we can address the challenges, food security and challenges caused by climate change and COVID, which has violated human rights? What are some of the recommendations we as the youth can propose to government, development partner, and the World Food Summit?
Moderator, just before she answers, could you just ask IT to, if we could just see the speakers while he's speaking, eh? Thank you.
He will be, the IT will somehow switch the screen to the gentleman who's about to speak, or he can walk up. Yeah. I'll invite Mr. Yoda.
Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. I'll be answering the second question on, the ways that we can address the challenges of food security and some of the human rights violations by COVID-19. I'll bring it very. We have been having lots of good presentations, a lot of good points, a lot of big words today. So let me just bring it very simple in how we can address food security. This is something that I've done. It's food security. I was very concerned about this when we had the lockdown, March 2020. The first thing I did was I asked myself, what happens if the ship stops? And what kind of food can I produce for myself if it all is, worst case scenario? So what I ended up looking into was like, okay, how can I become a small-scale chicken farmer? And that's what I've been doing. I've been raising chickens for eggs. I've been doing it since March. That's one way I've taken action into my own hands. Here we're encouraging the youth to do something. We always hear this cliche, but the change is in you, right? But it really is, but you have to have that motivation and the value to really move forward with it. So here's a story. I brought in 100 chicks, USPS. Picked it up at the airport. I got my permits, everything, and then I raised them. It takes about 5 months to raise chicks for eggs. I didn't have any idea of what I was doing, but we have Google, like Ms. David said. We have YouTube, and you have to have that desire for yourself to change something. It's good. Chickens sound like it's dirty work. It is. It is dirty work. I had a full-time job. But, I had a really good partner, and we would sacrifice our weekends to take care of them. You have to feed them 3 times a day. You have to buy the feed and make sure they have good water. I raised them in cardboard boxes, but then, eventually they're gonna get, once they hit 5 months, that's when they're gonna be laying the eggs. If I could do it in Pohnpei, you could do it in Chuuk, you could do it in Fiji, Koshrai. Yeah, this is something you can do. I raised 100 chickens, it's just 2 people. So I've been doing that today, and that's something how I address food security, and that's something very concrete. We've been hearing all these things, get educated, increase food production, but that's something I want to give everyone today. Something concrete, raise chickens, maybe people are raising pigs, but the reason why I chose chickens, because of the small carbon footprint. It takes less water, less feed, a little bit less time, but you just have to know how to set up that schedule for you. So that's one thing, one concrete example I want to leave with people today. In terms of human rights with COVID-19, as Ms. David mentioned, a lot of opportunities were missed. School was shut down. But here's another example I wanted to, for everyone to think about. Let's think about our international students, our Micronesians who were living abroad, and they had to get kicked out of some universities, high schools, and that had a lot of mental stress, financial stress. So that's something that was an impact here. Luckily for us high schoolers, we don't have COVID-19. We could still have hung out with our friends, but in the U.S., there's stories that New York Times writes about that you really depend on your friend groups, those you see every day and your family. But I want us to take the time to realize that once COVID gets here, what's our life going to be like when we can't see our loved ones and our friends and laugh and enjoy our family parties? So that's something that we want to reflect on today. So some recommendations, I would say. Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of money that people are throwing around, stimulus, global economy, but we needed to give it to the right people, the youth, to have these programs, to go into farming, get into hydroponics. Look at COM, what they're doing. They've grown their lettuce and they're using hydroponics, this new technology. It's hard at first, but you just have to, that's how things are. If you have to sacrifice some time and effort to learn it. But then as soon as you continue to grow, you find joy in it. I mean, I'm not a big fan of having to walk through my chickens, stuff, and I step on it. But, that's something with food security. You gotta have to sort of enjoy it and take matters into your own hands. And encourage everyone, encourage your fellow people, your fellow friends, your fellow islanders. So those recommendations, I think there needs to be more financial support to youth groups and NGOs, governments working with NGOs. It seems from my working experience, there's some hesitancy for government giving money to NGOs. It seems like big money, like if you're talking about millions of dollars. But if in the right hands, I spoke to one good conversation I had with Katsio Mida. He used to be a UN, he was the ambassador of FSTEM to the UN mission. And he said, we have all the money, and money doesn't change society, it's people that change society. So that's one thing I want to leave off today. So I'm not sure if I answered the last question, but I appreciate you guys taking the time to listen to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yoda. And that was a very inspiring quote. And it does, you have to walk through this stuff to make sure it grows in success. And as for the, I don't know if you're advertising your chickens for sale, but
yeah, if anyone wants to learn how to do it, just message me, I'll tell you.
there you go, free advisor, consultant on how to grow chickens. And there's a lot of successful news stories out there. If you have time or you're tuning in, listening in, please send us an email about your success story and we'll share it with the youth here. And now I will give it to the audience to ask questions, both online and in the room.
Can we limit the time because we've gone way past time? Huh? Limit the time. 5 minutes.
They're telling us we have 5 minutes. So if you can unmute and ask so we can move on quickly. All right. Anybody in this room that want to ask our panelists question or want to add to this discussion? Then I'm gonna include our brother Broderick to open up the online discussion.
Thanks for that, moderator. I was just going to do that. Just encouraging any of the youths or anybody for that matter that would be interested in maybe giving a comment or asking a question at this time. We're on the home stretch here. I encourage everyone, whether virtually or those that are in the room, to ask, because this is your platform. You know, we don't get this opportunity now and again. So anybody at all, I'm just opening the floor now from our end. All right, we've got one of the youth groups. Yes, go right ahead. It's called Three Youth, right? You have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I missed the last question in regards to food security.
Go right ahead.
Yes, before I ask my question, my name is Shiro Sikra. I'm with the Department of Health. And I'm really happy that you discussed this between the youth regards to food security. While talking about food security, I want to ask you,
who was that talking? Can you zoom into that? Who was that?
I think for discussion purposes, could you state where you're from and then ask your question? Was that from Kushrai?
Broderick and moderators, we're not getting Koshai through. Can we get on, pick the next clip that's awaiting, please?
It's just us that aren't seeing them. It's on the Zoom call with them. They're still seeing it.
I think we're having technical difficulties from Kushrai.
No.
For the sake of time, we'll move on. Send us your email and we'll try to answer it to the best we can.
Everyone's still on the Zoom call. She's saying, it's just us. Right, Jay?
Can somebody in the States or regionally get on your chat box and let us know if you're hearing us or not, please? Over.
I think they're listening on the other side, but we're the ones that are not getting.
Can you check if the TV is running out of battery or need some food, please?
I can hear them. I can hear them, but it's just not coming through there.
From you.
So it might be the connection with the sound on the screen.
limited or we're over using the internet?
What does that mean? Some of us have to get off the, can I ask if those of you are on the internet right now? I think we're overloading it. So some of us need to get off so it can come through the sound system, huh? Please. Thank you.
We're not actually deal do this.
Can you check what they're saying?
What are they saying? We're experiencing a lot of lagging with on our side, I believe. Everything's fine everywhere else except here. So we're not going to stop. We're going to keep going. Could you let the project handle the online discussion while we do an offline discussion? That's okay with you, Evelyn?
No, wait, no. Let's stop. I think we're about to, we'll take a break so we can correct the technical difficulties here and let everyone, I think we've also run our time over. So let's take a few minutes for a break, 5 to 10 minutes, and then get back together here in this room virtually as well. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Let's give a round of applause to our panelists. They got lucky. Escaped the questionnaires. But please do not hesitate.
Not to the one that asked the question. Can those in the room hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes,
great.
we can hear you
Okay.
now.
The question that was asked by one of our colleagues, because I think we had a bit of a technical moment that rarely happens in our youth space. But anyways, the question was basically asking about grants that are available for youths, in particular grants specifically looking at food security. So they're just waiting for an answer from the panelists. Over to the panelists. Thank you.
Can you repeat the question?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sorry, we were out for a whole good 10 minutes, so we did not hear anything. We're just hearing you now. Could you repeat the question? And for the sake of time, we're running out of time, especially here from our side, Pohnpei. We're about to get kicked out by our secret services. So could this be our last before we take a break? Can you hear me? Ask to repeat the question.
Bradwood, can you hear us? If yes, raise your right eyebrow. No, we're muted.
Hi, Project. Maybe they want you to volunteer them to the questions that you asked. Maybe just channel it to some of the online groups that are hooked up from the States. Over.
Can you repeat the question, please? Bradwood.
Okay, I'll let the youth from Costa Rica just ask it again. My apologies, but if you could just ask it, because I believe one of the panelists was just out from we had a bit of a technical issue. Sorry again for me asking this. If you could just ask it one more time.
So the question is, should I repeat the question? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah.
We're looking at food security issues here also, and I'm wondering if is there any grants or assistance from the external or even IVSN Health to help out with the Tri-Youth to prepare at this time? Thank you.
All right, we'll turn it over to one of the panelists, Mr. Yoda.
Thank you for your question. So I think for grants, you should apply to a small grants program. Maybe if you heard of it, it's run by Simpson Abraham. They focus on 5 core areas: mitigation, climate adaptation, green, international waters, biodiversity, and sustainable land management. So they'll give you up to $50,000. And yeah, it's a good grant opportunity. And the second one, so small grants program with I think it's under the UNDP or UN office. And then there's also the direct aid program funded by the Australian government. They give you $20,000.
Thank you for that, panelists. Is there anybody else online that might want to give a contribution or make a comment at this time? This is our final thematic area discussion.
My apologies. Could this be our last question before we move on to a break? If that's okay with everybody. Project?
Sure. Probably just to just give a comment and sort of round it off for all of us. So we've had a few hours just delving into deep conversations as well as deep topics. The question that was previously asked about grants, an interesting one because there are avenues and opportunities for applying for grants. The thing is though, with the bracket when it comes to young people, they applying for grants, the pressure's kind of on because, and this is realistically not only in our neighborhood in Fiji or in the Melanesian state, but across the Pacific region. You have to get the paperwork, and where do you get the paperwork from, and, sometimes the charges to obtain certain paperwork for processing, takes time. Then you have the issue of whether the grant application was successful or was it a flop? And if or why was it successful or why was it a flop? And a lot of youths tend to give up during that phase because it's a lot of hard work. It's a lot of pen and paper, to be honest. There's also, because when donors give grants, there's that issue of that accountability and transparency because it's a youth network, or youth organization, or basically anything that has encaps youth. So that mindset needs to change. And now I think with all that's going on right now, I think we should have more than enough, I think, especially for the UN, I think there should be specifically, rather than preaching about it, specifically allocation of funds for young people's work. So that young people know that there's funds available, that it's accessible to them, it's made possible and easier. And where, at the end of the day, the youth networks, clubs, or organizations or councils for that matter, there are good intentions of obtaining grants and financial assistance. The problem that we have is that the walls that we have to sort of climb over to obtain the financial assistance. I mean, everybody is seeking support for the initiatives. I think also the need for training and capacity building for these things in terms of concept writing. A lot of young people, they just apply, but there's no proper need, skills as well as how to make the concept sound very much attractive so that when donors read it, they can grant the specific allocation fund that you're applying for. And those are some of the things that we sort of captured in this conversation. Before I conclude, maybe something that might be interesting for all of us. We're celebrating International Youth Day, and it's something quite humorous for us. We hear that youth are the future, youth are tomorrow, there's a lot of nice things being said about it, but I just wanted to just pick everybody's, so just to get everybody sort of laugh, sort of in a humorous mood, we've heard these comments too many times, and something that does come to mind is what Albert Einstein said, when it comes to the work that we do. It's doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. We need to change that. We need to see how it is. This is an opportunity now whereby there are other entities. I think Seko from Fiji mentioned that there are other entities that maybe make funding more possible, such as the Canada Fund for Local Initiatives. They make grants possible for proposal grants rather for any community organization, youth or NGO. That's something that you need to look out for. So with those few words, I think, just to continuously reach out, but also not give in, but continuously to strive, that ensure that the work is being done. So I give it back to the moderator. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Broderick. Absolutely, yes. As demonstrated by our panelist, Yota, demonstrating self-sustainability and ability to supply for oneself. It shows that we are capable of supplying ourselves, but we can only be grateful that there are NGOs and government grants there to help support all of us in sustaining ourselves as well as advancing all of us as a people. Now, running late on time, how about we take a short intermittent break for about 10 minutes. We'll come back. It is, what time is it now? It is 3:34. Pohnpei time. We'll come back at around 3:45. Pohnpei time, 10 minutes. So just sit tight and we'll be moving on to our last remarks. Thank you.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, Broderick, I was just thinking, now we're going to the summary of the session. What do you think if one of the youths, maybe you can just share a small meeting now on any youth who want to
Recording stopped.
Go back to the panel, and to discuss the findings from the regional aspects. But I've seen also during the discussion, and I will also allow you, Broderick, to say something on this. I see that, it's very hard to distinguish the national and the regional, because it seems like, the things that we are facing have a lot in common when we're talking about youth projects, the different structures that you mentioned. So maybe I can just open it up. Maybe Broderick, you can discuss with other youths that are present in the online here in Zoom, who is to read out, and maybe we can share some points or just some elements that we can go back to the plenary to present. What do you think, Broderick?
I think that's all right. Probably.
Yeah, but if there's no one that is willing to, then sorry, Broderick, you need to. It is, yeah, very well. rather than people like us who are just here who want to play support. Over.
Recording in progress.
Yeah, I was under the impression it'd be somebody from FSM, but yeah, I can do it. No worries.
Just checking.
Aquila,
Just checking. Yeah.
Broderick,
Augustine.
a youth will,
question.
not a question, it's a statement. FSM will have a youth to present the highlights and bullet points of the important items that was pointed out under the 3 thematic areas, and then the regional can present a summary of your outcome statement.
Okay.
Okay, good. Yeah, that was also first my question to you.
Got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Got
Thank
it.
you, Aquila. Yeah.
So Brian, Broderick, you can take over. I'll show share screen and then you can.
Sure.
Thanks.
Luan, if you were going to make a comment, could you just private message me what you wanted to state? Sorry, I didn't mention it. My apologies.
Sorry, I think I missed out on this conversation. I was typing in that recommendation.
Yeah.
What
there
was
was one of our colleagues wanted to just add, share the question. She's typing it right now. Yes. You can type in the question. Brian, I'll let you guys know it. Just give me a moment.
Okay. Broderick, do you have access to this document? Have you received it in your inbox?
Yes, I have. So because I don't have sharing power, would Aquila share that?
Gentlemen, what do you want to share? We have the power on this side to share those. This is our Zoom link. So please let us know what you want to share and we will enable that. Over.
Okay. No worries.
I can also share from here. I can share screen.
Then we decide which one is. Decide which one comes first. I don't think he understands. Because this was like the last minute, I think. He was only told like an hour ago that he's going to be doing that. Who? I think he was only told like an hour ago that you're going to be doing it. Well, yeah. So what does that mean? Is he going to give it or?
I think it would be best if we have a bill, give the 5 minutes out.
We present this the national. Those guys cannot the region.
Aquila, Brian, and Broderick,
Yes.
So have you got a question or we're waiting on your end?
No, we're waiting for you.
Sorry.
You're ready. Yeah.
Okay.
We're waiting for you, Mr. Agan. Yeah,
Okay.
thanks.
Thank you very much. I just want to let you know that we'll go ahead and start now, and National will keep the summary first, followed by regional, and then we'll do a close-up by our secretary.
Awesome. Thanks.
Okay, so picking up from our quote-unquote 10-minute break, we're going to be going over our national outcomes. And with us today, we have Mr. Patrick Petrus. Mr. Petrus, floor is yours. Thank you, Master of Ceremonies, Mr. Kavika Duff. And testing. I will be going over the national outcomes, and they are as follows. So for this International Youth Day, we were talking about youth innovation for human and planetary health, with the
goal in mind to transform the food system. And with that being said, there are a lot of challenges that come with youth innovation and the food system. Some of those things are climate change, migration, and COVID-19, but they can all be summarized into three things, which is availability, accessibility, affordability of food. And we had three topics that we discussed. In session 1, we discussed food and health. In session 2, we discussed food and livelihood. And in session 3, we discussed food security. And when it comes to food and health, the key issue and recommendations we have are awareness, behavior change, nutritional value plus right serving size is critical, and genuine inclusive approach towards young people. Genuine inclusive approach towards young people basically is the need to take a more inclusive approach to include young people from diverse backgrounds, and also inclusive in the approach taken to ensure that they are included in the planning, development of projects and programs, and implementation and monitoring. When it comes to session 2 of food and livelihood, there is sustainable production of local food, inclusive approach, support to young people, and communication. When it comes to communication, it is to ensure better sharing and information dissemination of policy to service provision to young people, including communication from the national level to states, to ensure that young people in the states are also provided the same opportunities to services and other support. And in session 3, for safe food security, there is, again, the support to young people, which is to recommend the UN and other partners to specifically allocate funding support to be available to young people to support initiatives, the need to provide support in areas of training, skills development, and capacity building, including in areas of project proposal writing and other relevant skills that will enable young people to access funds and assistance. And that is a basic summary of the national goals, and I would like to turn it over back to our Master of Ceremony, Mr. Kavika Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Pedros. Going over now to our regional outcomes, may we turn the floor over to Broderick to give our 5-minute summary.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, with all protocols being observed, these are the regional outcomes based on the discussions that had undertaken today on the 3 thematic areas. For theme 1, basically advocating healthier food choices, spreading words on the social media, government initiating nationwide efforts in terms of public information on the issue and this problem that is affecting young people's lives. It's also now a call whereby inclusive and active participation at national, development, and also the accountability mechanisms in place in terms of holding people to account when dealing with youth-related issues.
Issues, same as last time.
Refresh or what?
Engaging with your local authorities.
Recording in progress.
That deal with consumer and as well as consumer consumption and consumer competition. The improved handling, packaging of quality and pricing of local foods in order to make it competitive. Also the rebranding of agriculture amongst young people to make it also youth friendly and as well as youth, making it very attractive for our youth market. There also is a call for state and youth partnership for livelihood projects and also enhances the food and agriculture programs in the region. They need also to have technical trainings with government incentives whereby it allows young people not only in education, training or in employment to enroll, but also to have the capacity built within themselves. Given the COVID-19 pandemic, there's also an opportunity whereby organizations, whether regional level or as well as governments, to expand on their digital space, given that a lot of young people are heavily involved in the digital space. This also draws in more young people to actively engage and also promote using the social media platforms. Turning over to our last thematic area, there's also been a call whereby we need to manage the resources well, and that young people need to be supported with food security projects, more financial support for young people led in organizations as well as NGOs, CSO. There's also a need right now for a strengthening in our youth structures and a call for support systems. There also needs to be made aware of the youth's understanding of the project processes in terms of grant applications as well as concept writing and proposals. There's also a call right now whereby organizations, including United Nations, to have specifically allocated figures, specifically for youth-led projects, and also the during the application process that it made accessible, as many as times when young people do access opportunities such as grants or any form of funding, paperwork seems to be the threshold in terms of reaching out and getting the required funds for our line of work. We'd also like to take this time to acknowledge the use of Federated States of Micronesia as well as our regional participants that have been actively involved in these discussions. And with those few minutes, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Broderick, for the comprehensive outcomes and presentation. Before turning over to our acting secretary, I'd like to invite all those present to come to the FSM Congress Building in Pohnpei on August 17th, 10 a.m. Pohnpei time, to attend a congressional hearing regarding a development of a youth department dedicated specifically to youth affairs. Thank you. And now for our closing remarks, may I please invite our acting secretary of the FSM Department of Health and Social Affairs, Mr. Moses Pretrick.
Thank you, Mr. Kawikatov, and good afternoon to everyone. My apologies that I couldn't be with you all day today. I'm just juggling my time between a number of duties that's been given to me as acting Secretary of Health, and also as our chairman of the COVID-19 Task Force for FSM. So I've been quite busy. But I trust that your session or your meeting today went very well, as you demonstrated through the outcomes of your deliberations here, as well as with your other colleagues around the region this afternoon. Again, I just want to echo again, some of the points that were made by some of our UN colleagues, including our President of Youth and President of the FSM this morning. And as I was here early this morning and during the opening, and I noted some points that I just want to reiterate before we close this workshop, and hopefully this would tie into the theme of today's Youth Day on transforming food systems youth innovation for human health and planetary health. In listening to Mr. Patrick Rudy, the representative of OHCHR, I think one of the points that he made was, it is a human right to adequate, healthy, nutritious, and safe food. And he also touched on the important point of the impacts of climate change on our food systems. And Dr. Jennifer Butler, Regional Director for UNFPA, she also touched on, COVID-19, how it impacts not only our food system, but, almost everything that we do today. It exacerbates the inequalities that we see today, the food insecurities and malnutrition and poverty. So while we're trying to improve these areas, COVID-19, just make these even worse. So I think we have a lot of challenge before us going forward in really improving these areas to help us achieve our goals for sustainable development. Listening to Ms. Fatili, our UNICEF Pacific rep, again, she talked about the food systems dialogue and really the need for our youth to take part in this important process. She also thanked the president of the FSM in revitalizing our president's National Advisory Council for Children, which is very important because this is a very important council that was established many years ago, but somehow it got dormant. But I'm glad that this president came in and he noted that this is a very important council, and so he revitalized it not too long ago. And I trust that this council will continue to support our efforts, including working with our youth to achieve the outcomes of our youth summit of today. Again, listening to Ms. Heidi Floyd, President of the FSM Youth Council, she pointed out that it's important that we have the right kind and amount of food that we eat every day. It's very simple, but if we don't take care of it carefully, then this is what also helps contribute to the NCDs that we see today. So again, I think each and every one of us has a role to play. You, me, our parents, and our youth groups, and everyone else, farmers, and so on. Again, President Panuelo, in his keynote address this morning, again, he re-emphasized our youth to contribute to this year's theme to help achieve our SDG goals. I think it's important that we harness our youth as an equal partner in the food systems process and dialogue. I think oftentimes we always just have the dialogue among us government officials, but it's very important that we include you not only in this dialogue on food systems, but dialogue on every other issues, because your points, your views are very important. You are the future of our country, and so and you're active. So it's important to engage you in all processes across our government activities. President even he coined this motto that he uses in a lot of his speeches about our action today is our prosperity tomorrow, which is a very true motto for I think for all of us. And I think he actually asked that our youth to take action today for our tomorrow's prosperity. He mentioned about some of the efforts that we do here in Pohnpei, some slogans that we coined to help, push for healthy foods or, food security. And he touched on co-local. And I think we all know about our Pohnpei Island Food Committee of Pohnpei, which also has this motto or logo that says chiefs, or we promote local food for what we call it's chiefs benefits. And I know our director of Island Food is here, and the chiefs benefit CHEEF. The benefits are it's cultural benefits. That's what the C stand for. H, health benefits, environmental benefits, economic benefits, and food security benefits. So thank you, Amina, for joining us this afternoon as well. And please continue to do the work that you've started today on food systems. And I know you have a plan, you have outcomes that you will try and achieve in the coming years. And we're here as your partner. I'd love to have a copy of your outcomes to see maybe how us, in the Department of Health Services can also support you as our close partner. I'm not only here as the acting Secretary of Health, but my normal duty is, I manage our environmental health and food safety program for MSM. So this team is also very close to my heart, because it's pretty much what I do for living. But I do acknowledge that we haven't done much, and we need to do a lot more, and we need you as a close partner in this area. So with that, I just want to thank our UN partners from OHCHR, UNFPA, UNICEF, and our regional partners, as well as participants who participated in today's meeting. And I would also like to thank our partners from the other sub-states, our youth from Kusrai that I saw on the screen today. I trust the other youths from the other states were also present. But I especially would like to thank our youth here, those of you that are actually here today to work on your 3 sessions on food and health, food livelihood, and food security, to actually come up with your activities going forward. And I do support and appreciate that effort that I just heard a while ago about, I think, needing the UN to dedicate some resources to you so you can
recording in progress.
Work on this particular issue, as well as other youth-related issues on food security, climate change, and others. So on behalf of the President and the national government leadership, I would like to thank each and every one of you, our MC, Kaugata, for the wonderful job you did, and for everybody from our UN offices here in FSM Pohnpei Regional. I'm seeing faces that I'm not sure what organization you represent, but I want to make sure that everybody is included in this thank you. So I would be remiss if I also don't thank our very own Assistant Secretary, Acting Assistant Secretary for Social Affairs, and his staff, Christine and Sebastian and Johnny, and our staff from Health who assisted you with this summit today, and all the IT people. And it looks like I saw a lot of wires going from here out to a fan out there. So that means, it means a lot because physics AH, yes. So because it enables you to do this summit or meeting over with your colleagues in the other state as well as the region. So I think technology is very important. So again, thank you very much, and I wish you the best in implementation of the outcomes of your youth summit today. Thank you, Kalangan.
Kalangan, Secretary Patrick, from your warm words, I can't help but feel a tremendous weight, a weight from trust. And as a youth myself, I can only give a promise that we will make it our goal to act upon this trust, to fulfill the visions that we discuss here today, not only for ourselves, but for future generations as well. And before closing our event, I'd like to thank everyone for attending, those with us here face-to-face, as well as our online audience across the FSM, Pacific, and other countries worldwide. I'd like to give a special thanks to those funding the event in Geneva, and a warm thanks to His Excellency and Honorables. Thank you. Go in peace.
Okay, we're done. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Bye, Nata, thank you.
Technical team will come tomorrow.
I'm again tomorrow. Bye, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And
We're gonna see you two in the meeting tomorrow.
Bye, Tali. Bye.
Good luck. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Yields. Thank you so much.
Nothing happens. Thank you. Can I ask?